Siri, battle stations. Good morning, good morning. Hello. It's a beautiful fall day on the East Coast, on the Northeast, near New York City. Like full-on fall weather. Sweater, corduroys, the whole thing. Oh. Super nice. Got a little door over here. I can open it up. Got a screen. Let in some of the nice crisp air. That's nice. Maybe it'll keep me on my toes today. That'd be good. Oh, got a good set of thorns. Go into that in a little bit. Actually, we'll go into that very soon. Let's go to this view. Okay. Haven't updated this, so we got to do that. Good morning, good morning. I'm in a pretty good mood, though. I'm in a pretty good mood. Can't complain. Oh, yeah, we got to check in on the QNAP. We're going to do that again. We're going to do a little more refactoring. Finance kit is out. We're not doing any finance kit. But we will get back to Plaid. And what we're going to try to do with Plaid today is have a Python backend that will eventually be able to send notifications to an iOS app. So we're going to start with a Python backend that can pull transactions, or ideally monitor transactions. So we would need a webhook. That might be tricky because that would mean we need a public endpoint. And I'm not trying to throw money at Amazon right now. So we'll have to figure that out. But under Plaid API, we're going to put transaction backend. I mean, I'm sure we can find a solution. It could be like a Firebase thing, maybe. You know, there are like function calls in Firebase. Maybe that could do some magic. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get to that. Okay. So why is this underlined? Whatever. So that's what we're going to do. Let's do those things. I might do a little work on Bobby today, too. I feel like Bobby could use a little touch-up. Because I want to have more conversations with Bobby. We need a thing. I've been talking about this a little bit. We need a hybrid mode where it's not just I send an activation and then it replies and then it waits for the next activation. It should be I send an activation and then we're in conversation mode for some amount of time. And if I keep saying its name, all I have to do is trigger it in some small way. Then it'll keep talking. And that way we can have more of a conversation. It's less awkward. Hey, Bobby, what do you think of that? Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Well, if you want my 2 cents, it sounds like you have a solid plan for the Python backend and the Plaid integration. As for giving me a little makeover, I'm all for it. Who doesn't love an upgrade? And yet, keeping a conversation going would make things way less awkward. It's like you're finally realizing I have feelings too, sort of. Anyway, what's next on your list?
And so she always kind of prompts me to continue talking. And I find that really interesting. And so it'd be good to like reply and have it continue. But I have a feeling it'll be interesting when we get there. I'm going to go ahead and put this on the list. I'm going to put this on the list because I do want to do it. Where are we going to put this? I'm going to put it in here. Which, you know, my focus should be this. My focus should be here. But I keep putting things up here. But okay. That's okay. All right, so Bobby bot. Hybrid mode. Okay. Very good. So let's do roast orange bud. Let's do it. Where's my roast orange bud? Here we are. I kind of enjoy like that I come back to this and I erase it and then I get to kind of see what I said yesterday. And I'm like, oh yeah, that electrician, he was cool. Thanks, dude. Thanks, bud. Okay, so roses. Yesterday I went into Manhattan. That was fun. I went into the city. I saw 2 of my old co-founders. My old co-founders from Blip TV, Jared and Charles. We had dinner at an Indian food place that was near Grand Central. Food was okay, but it was really great to see them. They're off doing, you know, really interesting and exciting things. And, you know, we don't get together all that often. So when we do, it's just really nice to be able to say, you know, hey, what's up? How's it going? And hear about their lives. So that was really cool. I'm going to say Blip co-founder dinner. Blip TV was founded by 5 co-founders. Don't ever do that. It's a terrible idea. But it was nice to have 3 of us together. Okay, what else is on the rose column? You know, I'm gonna say I'm gonna go down to Thorn and then I'm gonna come back. So Thorn, the Thorn this morning is another 4:30 a.m. wake up call. And it's just taking a toll on everyone. The kid wakes up at 4:30. He's wanting to get up. He's hungry. He wants to do stuff. We have this policy now that school's back in session that screen time is very minimal in the morning, like 30 minutes of Netflix. That's it. But, you know, he's got it in his head, well, if I get up really early, get a little extra screen time. So he's getting up. He wants us to get up. He's scared. He doesn't want to go downstairs by himself. And wants us to get up with him. And so he's yelling, hey, Mom, Dad, blah, blah, blah. We're like, go to fucking bed. So, and then once that happens, like, there's we, make him go back to bed and make him, chill out until at least 5:30. So I'm fine with 5:30. But, once you're awake, you're awake. You can try to go back to sleep, but nah. So I'm tired again, and he's tired this morning, and he's acting like a real piece of work because he's tired, and so not fun, not good. So that was no good. That's a thorn. And then the other thorn was finance kit. Is a no-go. And that's just annoying, Like, I get it. Can't just, like, have people willy-nilly going around accessing other people's transactions. There should be a process. Totally get that. And maybe you even have a process before you can even put it in sort of limited distribution, where the distribution is like testers. I get that. But, let me at least do the development on my own phone, in my own setup. That to me seems too far. Like, I can't even get Xcode to acknowledge that it exists without going through a very onerous process where I have to have a special kind of account. I have to have an app already that's already a finance app in the App Store, and I have to ask permission. Please, Apple, let me try this API out. It's too much. Ridiculous. That's annoying. But I would say the roses. I think Plaid looks cool. And I think it'll do what we want. It won't be as seamless, but I think it'll actually be close, and it'll be cross-platform. So that part's cool. So, and it's not the end of the world. So Bud, what are we doing? I mean, I could put the obvious. I could put the stuff that I have on the today list. I feel like that's a cop-out. In a real Bud. Gotta think about this one. All right, I have a weird update. And I have a weird thorn in a bud. So, the dome. So before I parted ways with Toyota, I, was not having a ton of fun. I'll say that. And so I was finding other things to do that were more fun, on the weekends and at night and, other times. And the tough thing working for a company like Toyota is like, your evenings are not yours. Your evenings are also Toyota's. Your daytimes are Toyota's and your evenings are Toyota's because people are in Japan. And even if you do, so you have meetings, first of all, night meetings, especially if you're East Coast. And then even if you don't have night meetings, like your phone is going off all the time. Dinner time? Ding. Bedtime? Ding. Oh, good morning? Ding. And these are all little fires you got to put out, little things you got to deal with. And it was less stressful as I started to extract myself. For the last probably year and a half, I'd been extracting myself from that level of intensity and saying, I can't do this anymore, and I take a different role, and blah, blah, blah. And it was a bit better, but I was still like, super burned out and just not having fun. So I was doing long story. I was doing a little project. I wanted to do an art project. And once upon a time, I worked with some other friends on this dome called Dome Star. And it was a thing that went to many art festivals. It went to Burning Man. It went to often to festivals on the East Coast, like to a few different ones every summer. And it was a big dome, and there's variations on the dome, but it was usually like a PVC dome. Sometimes it was a metal one. And it was covered in LEDs. And you would go in the dome, and you would have these Wiimotes, and you could play with the Wiimotes, and it would make the LEDs react, and people would like hang on there, and it was like a big hippie trap. It was great. So I have all these parts for building a dome just hang around in my sort of attic of my garage, and I wanted to build the dome again and maybe try to do something new with it. You know, maybe I do projectors this time. Maybe I do the LEDs in a different way. And so I started this, and you know, it was like 4th of July weekend, and I built this thing, and it was just the sweatiest, awful work. I did it all by myself. Nobody would help me. But I did it, and I built it, and it was cool. But then when I was trying to do the LEDs on it, none of the old gear was working, and I was trying to combine 2 sets of gear. You know, let me see. Oh, let me see if I can pull this up. How can I do this? How can I do this? Let's see. I got an idea. Put you there. Yes. Okay. And I wanted to put a cover on it, and Angela had the great idea of, well, why don't you just get a parachute off eBay to cover it? And I was like, that's never going to work. That's stupid. But I did it anyway. She talked me into it, and I got it. I ordered this parachute off of eBay, and it totally worked. It works great. It's awesome. It's perfect. So let's take a look at it. We can take a look at it. Oh, there it is. There's the dome. So it's a PVC dome I built. And these little hubs, these little plastic guys that hold these PVC pipes together. And that's how it works. It took me a couple days to cut all the pipes and get this thing built. And then the big plan was like, oh, okay, now I put LEDs and all this stuff on it, put projectors on it. None of that stuff worked out. And then I parted ways with Toyota. It kind of sat there, and now I just want it to be gone. I want it to be out of my life. I'm done with this dome. So that is going to be my bud, is that I'm taking this thing down. I'm packing it away. Goodbye, dome. I'm going to put this back here. Goodbye, dome. And you know, maybe I'll bring it back. And there's actually a lot more to that story. Tragedies happening in the neighborhood, and we were gonna have a block party, but now we're not gonna have a block party because that wasn't gonna work out, and that was gonna be part of it. And I'll stop talking about it. I'll stop talking about the dome. But that's what I'm looking forward to: is taking that thing down, putting it away. Okay. All right. That's a good Thoreau's Thorn Bud. I think that's a good update. Let's go back to our today. All right, so check. Boom. I already got a check mark. Love that. All right, let's check in on Mr. QNAP. Let's see what's going on with Mr. QNAP. We need to put this back into this mode. No. Yep. There we go. Nope. Yep. All right. Ubuntu. Make it a little bigger than that. Maybe we made it a little too big, huh? All right, so here's the last update. This does not seem correct. That does not seem correct. That's something we need to pay more attention to. So something is not correct. So we have yes. Bad things are happening at the Circle K. Oh, that's one I gotta add. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K. Next. Let's do this first. Okay, so we need to SSH into Crate. See what's going on. What's up, Crate? How you doing on uptime? Look okay. How you doing on memory? Looks reasonable. What's up with my cron job? Oh, now you want a password? Rude. Rude. Hey. Oh. This jerk blew away my cron job. That's not going to work. That's not going to be okay. Okay, so what happened last time when I ran cron tab? Cron tab must be suid to work properly. So I think what that means, which is cron tab. User bin cron tab. And where is this cron tab? That's what I want to know. Where is this file? This file exists somewhere. Where does it exist? We tried to look for it last time. We looked in var. It's probably in var here somewhere. You know, I don't want to just like grep, because this directory is probably full of crazy shit. State? That doesn't look correct. Lib? No. Because ideally, like, I don't really need... I mean, I guess, here's what we could do. Here's what we could do. This is going to be gross. You ready? You're going to hate this. Okay? We're going to... Okay, so which is cron tab? User bin? Okay. Oh, and it's on BusyBox. That's just an alias to bit. That's just a symlink to BusyBox. Oh, that's an even worse idea. suid that. suid BusyBox. So now all commands just run as root. Oof. Not doing it. I mean, what I was going to do is like do it and then change it back. All right. What? Oh, this BusyBox madness. Okay. Cache dev 1 data. Oh my gosh. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. You know what? Find that. I'm gonna sudo do this. All right, let's do this. QNAP, cron tab. Add items to the cron tab. Okay. Okay, well this thing says this, I should edit this thing. Etsy config cron tab. Aha. Aha. Modified entry. Do not edit cron tab the usual way. However, due to the way cron tab firmware updates cron tab, it will be overwritten on the next reboot. Obviously, you want your automation to survive reboots. Obviously. So edit the cron tab file directly with your text editor. Great. Okay. Very good. Let's do that. Let's do what it said. Hey, here it is. Look at this. What else is in here? Do you have a cron tab D? Is this like halfway modern? You do not. Just a single cron tab for everybody. Very good. Okay. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. I love that. Warning. Okay, how do we have it before? So we don't want it every minute. We want it like once an hour. And we decided, 23. That's what it was. 23. And then it was like some crazy place. It was like share. Oh, and I can't suspend. I can't suspend because you're an ass. Okay, fine. Fine. You know? I can also do this, right? Yes, crate. Yes, Cuban B.
I'm gonna kill him. I'm Cuban B. Yes, Cuban B.
All right. Where is this thing? Share. Share. Justin? Justin. QNAP. There you are. And which Python? These are local bin Python. All right. User local bin Python share Justin QNAP monitor memory .py to share Justin QNAP monitor memory.log. Do you see what's wrong? I do. That 2 and 1. Okay? Can't write vim info. Holy shit. Okay. At the cron tab. Great. Sudo cron tab -l. Not there because we have not restarted cron. Sudo cron tab etc config cron tab. Oh my god, it's all initd. Initd cron d.sh. Restart. Woo! Okay. Man. There's gotta be better network attached storage appliances than the QNAPs. This thing is just a collection of hacks. I mean, it's just so, like, I want to go in and refactor this. I want to go in and clean all this shit up. Can you send me some source? Because this is no bueno. Oh, it's no good. All right, let's skip past it. All right, so we have our cron tab. Okay, very good. Very, very good. All right, so now we're gonna exit out. LSLA here. And what should happen in a short amount of time is we should get a new entry. We should get a new entry in here any minute now. In the meantime, hey Bobby, tell me another joke, but one that's not about scarecrows. No. That's the other thing. That's the other thing. The activation mode having to come at the beginning of a chat statement is not good. That's an easy fix. Feels like it's been a little bit of time. Okay, over here. You. Sudo bash. Ugh. Okay. -l. User, local, bin, Python, share, Justin, QNAP, monitor memory, .py, share, you know what? Why am I retyping this? I could just copy paste it. Let's make sure this has not happened. It has not happened. Oh, well, I'm an idiot because I have it set to once an hour. We're going to be sitting here a long time making sure this thing works. All right, we're just going to assume it works. Because we got to check on it again tomorrow. Ooh. Aha, see, it would not work. Okay, so we do have work to do. Okay. Fine. Etsy config cron tab. All right, so this one we're gonna go back to all the time. And we're gonna put this here. Okay? Listen, fine, good. Very good. crond.sh restart. Okay, bud. Now we just need the edge of a minute. The edge of a minute. What was the one I just said we needed to add the quotes? I forgot. I forgot already. I said I was going to add a quote thing, and then I forgot. Now I'm going to have to go back and watch the stream, figure out what I said. None of you are going to tell me. Well, none of you. Go. Do it. Okay. That ran. Sir? No, today's the 5th. Sir? Very touching song. I feel touched. I feel personally touched by that song. That works very well. That works very well. Is it 2 and 1? I mean, I'm not sending anything to standard error, but I don't know why that would mess with it. But I also don't feel like I want to spend a bunch more time on this. And I'm joking. I have something caught in my throat. Yes, very good. Okay. This is taking entirely too long. Listen, you, go in there. You, fine, I don't care, go there. wherever. $846.00. That's good. It works. Okay, it's good enough for Jazz. Oh, look who it is. It's this asshole. QlogDB. It is you, isn't it? What an a-hole. It's applying the firmware update. This is from 2021. Trying to stop the service does nothing.
My eyes, the goggles do nothing.
I gotta fix that clip too. Are you getting alerts? Not helpful. You should raise a ticket. That's also not helpful. Fixed in the new QLog Center released today, according to release notes. Oh. I see. There's a bad database in here that's just been around. Oh, fuck. Filed a support ticket. Sorry for any inconvenience. We're aware of the issue and we're working on the solution. And we released and fixed it. Do your firmware updates. This is 2021. So I think we're well past that point. I think we're well past that point, don't you? And this thing still isn't updating. Is it just tail.f doesn't work on here? No. This shouldn't be this hard. This should not be hard. This should be pretty straightforward. This should just work. No, it couldn't be any more permissive. Okay. Wait a minute. Is it running every minute or not? Let's hail 100. And let's grep for grep for 2024. -09. It's also an unexpected result, don't you think? It's running 3 times. Okay. Okay. All right, so fine. Oh, it's not even on the thing. Right. Okay. What is it in here? Oh. Well, this is very different. I see. I see. I mean, it should still be okay, right? Monitor, memory, log, grep, 2024-09. Okay, well, it's working. I don't care if it's doing it 3 times. I really don't. Okay, so let's take a look at it one more time. What we need to do is restart the thing, right? So it is qlog db, right? So we want to restart that. Let's see, init log sh restart. Awesome. Stop. Start. Top. Ooh. Qlog db. Okay. All right. Etsy qlog mariadb.conf. All right. Let's just take a quick look at that. Now ext opt qlog. Etsy qlog maria.conf. There's your sock file. There's your thing. Varlog qlog mariadb error. Man, why'd you do that? What a jerk. That'll fix it. So at some point they're like, this this thing is puking too much stuff into the error log. What are we gonna do about it? I know. We'll just symlink it to def null. Problem solved. Beautiful. Oh my god, that's horrible. It's so funny. Alright, well, fuck. Alright. Fine. Cron tab-l. Alright, so here's what I want to know. Is qlog in here? Yes, it is. What is this? Source etsy init qlog.sh dummy. Dummy. Check MariaDB. Start cron tab. What the fuck, dude? Oh, it's just sourcing this, and it's calling dummy, so that way it can get the functions, and then it can call check MariaDB. For fuck's sake, dude. Fine. This thing is like, you know, an amazing feat of engineering. This thing is like amazing. All right, here's my shit. What we're gonna do here is instead of calling dummy, God bless America. Wait, what up? I want this one. I want to put it down here. Okay? Very good. Now, instead of calling dummy and check MariaDB, I'm going to call restart. No. God damn it, I can't restart. There is no restart. Just stop and start. Fuckity fuck, dude. Fine. All right, so this is at 4 a.m. Gross. So here's what we're gonna do. At going on at 5 a.m. Anything? At 5:30 a.m. 5:32 a.m. Nope. There we go. So 5:32 a.m. We're going to shut down QLog. 5:33 a.m. We're going to start up QLog. Okay? And then this thing, we're going to only do once an hour, 23 after the hour. Okay? What could go wrong, right? Sure, it'll be fine. I'm sure it's fine. All right, we're done with QNAP. I don't care if it works or not. Tired of looking at you, QNAP. Tired of looking at you. Okay, I want to put this check mark here because I don't want to talk to you anymore. It's already 9 o'clock. Check in. All right, Bobby Bot. Bobby. Hey, Bobby. Bobby Bot. Where are you, bud? Where are you, bud? Oh, here you are. Okay. So the logic we're looking for here is going to be in chatbot. And we've got, in chatbot, we've got this thing where we have a mode. Everybody loves modes, right? Modal editing. Where are your modes? Activate. I know it's called is activated. So the first thing we are going to do is take out the requirement that activation requires us to have the activation at the beginning of the line. It just has to be a word break. And we can say, hey, yes, yeah, no, nah, okay, thanks. there any other activation words that we could think of? I know I've thought about this. Oh, there's a yawn. Oh my god. That was a big yawn. Yikes. That was a yikes yawn. That reminds me. Okay, so you know what I need? Here's what I need. I need a little note thing. Here's what I need. Flips to add. And saying yikes reminded me of yoink. Yoink? I'm going to add that one to the list. And if I come up with any others, I'll come back to it. Okay. All right. So that's good. That's a good start. And then where do we call is activated? Here we go. If self-reply mode is activation, then the result is just whether or not is activated. Now, we've got time since last message and is in conversation. Is in conversation is a question or some random thing. And time is less than 100 seconds. Time since last message. And time since last message is... Well, actually go back and look and say, like, when was the last thing that I said? Or the bot said. I don't know if I agree with is a question. So over here, when we're not in activation mode, it can just be is talking to me times.
You're talking to me? Well, then who the hell else are you talking? You talking to me?
Times this last message is 5 minutes or isn't a conversation. Any of his, if I, okay. All right. Okay. So. Okay. Okay. So, what we're going to say is Bobby has to be activated, meaning I say an activation word and its name.
Activated by a word break, but not necessarily at the beginning of the line. Got it. So basically, Bob's got some flexibility now. Are you creating like a list of keywords for Bobby to listen for? Also, just saying, yikes as an activation word is pretty hilarious. Can't wait to see how many yikes we get during the stream.
Yeah. Okay. That's unexpected. All right. So where was I? Where was I? Right. So it is Okay, so the result is going to be is activated or and how am I doing this down there? I need parentheses now. No. Whatever. Self is to message or and self since last is under. Here we go. Okay. How's that sound? How does that feel? That seems like it would be good. Okay, so this is, we're not not even gonna make a separate mode. We're just gonna have it be a variation. Okay, let's start with that. All right, so let's bring this guy back up over here. Hello. So now I can activate in the middle of a sentence. So I can say, hey, Bobby.
Oh great, now I can't even take a break in the middle of your rambling. What's up?
That's good. Nothing, Bobby. I was just checking to see how this works.
Awesome, just testing your favorite bot's patience. Seems like everything's working fine. Anything useful you actually need help with, or are we just here to chat?
We're just here to chat, Bobby.
Well, isn't that just thrilling? What's on your mind then? Anything exciting happening in your world, or are we gonna talk about the weather?
Bobby, what about the weather? What do you know about the weather?
Oh, you know, just the usual. It's either too hot, too cold, too wet, or too dry. People complain no matter what. But seriously, if you want a weather report, I'm not exactly your go-to source. Try a weather app or something.
Okay, cool. Okay. Oh. I don't know what reminded me of this. Oh gosh. I wonder if. Let me try that. Okay. All right. That feels pretty good. That feels fine. Let's leave it there. That was a quickie. All right, so let's go back to here. Oh, we are back to here. So let's check this off the list. Okay. We're getting through our list. It's awesome. All right, next up, we're going to spend a little time on our WebRTC app. Where is that? This is Streamtooth. Yes, this guy. All right. Where do we leave off here? Isn't it? I have to. reload my brain. Let's go to the top because I don't need this up anymore. This can go away. There we go. All right, so I had a little note to myself. Where are we? We have created STPers abstraction to manage the signaling in Firestore. Oh my goodness. We need to hook it up in the Streamtooth class. We need to build peer selection. We need to set up create and offer, create and answer. Okay. All right, so let's look at ST peers, right? And this thing is a listen. It filters the offers. It filters the answers. It doesn't have any sort of send capability yet, so that would need to get added. Okay. I see. So yeah, I need ST peer. Did I do that already? Yeah, peers here. I have peers there. Okay. Might as well follow this pattern. And then when peers is instantiated, does it start listening? No. Okay. And you need to start listening. Oops. Gotta think about this for a second. So in start input connection, I could start listening in here. I want to try to adhere to the principle of a method does exactly one thing. But that one thing needs to be big enough to not be just like, you know, not useful. So right now I've got a single ST peers class that has a single peer ID. Now, my single peer could have many peer connections, right? It could have one for the one that's coming in and some number of them going back out. Do we want all those to have the same peer ID? Is that okay? I think it might be. I think it'll be okay. Oh, excuse me. My gosh. All of the colors of the universe? Holy shit. Oh my god. That's so many colors, dude. I don't know, man. That's too many colors. That might be too many. I see it, man. I do. It's like such. Very good. Well, here's a problem. I've set up peers, but I haven't set it up to attach to anything, right? That seems important. I think we're getting close to a point where I need to start, even though this thing isn't ready yet and it's not like gonna work, I kind of need it to start doing things so I can see how things are coming together, and so that'll be next. So
I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah, me too. Me too. What about you, Bobby? Hey, Bobby, do you love it when a plan comes together?
Oh, great, you remembered
I love
me.
it when a plan comes
Well,
together.
sounds like you've got a grand plan there. Might as well dive into the chaos and see what breaks first. Always fun to see code blow up in new and exciting ways, right? Oh, absolutely. Nothing like watching a plan come together with all the grace of a drunken squirrel on roller skates. But hey, sometimes it actually works, and those moments are priceless.
A drunken squirrel on roller skates, Bobby? I've never heard that one before.
Well, I aim to please. And let's face it, sometimes coding feels exactly like that. A chaotic, hilarious mess that somehow manages to stay upright, most of the time.
Okay. Alright, so Piers has two events that it will fire, right? Yes. Init and answer. Okay. So here's the interesting thing. Actually, don't need all the. So this is gonna get. This could get real messy. This could get real messy. I don't know how I want to do this, because right, I am. So I need the init event from peers when I'm trying to establish a connection inbound. I'm trying to get some video from another peer, right? So the first thing I need to do is get a list of the offers from the peers, from the database. I need to know what are the offers available in this channel. I only need to do that when I'm starting input connection. And then once it's done, I don't need it again. And I guess, and it will only ever get called once, so that's fine. So I guess the only time I ever need to listen to it is here, right? This peers add event listener init and EV, and that will be a set of offers, right? Okay, this actually starts to feel pretty, like, correct. So then I'm going to call this select peer offer. And in here, I'm going to have an EV. I'm going to have a list of offers. Jess? Yes? Select peer offer. Offers. Offers. Okay, so what we're gonna do now. It's time to plug this into something, because what's happening now is they've gotten too far along. It's too much of a mess. So you, I need you. That's not the right way to do it. No, that's not what I want. I don't want a comment like that. I don't want that, dude. I mean, I guess I could do it like that. I wouldn't leave the world. But you come here. You come here, sir. I want like that. That's what I want. Okay. So now we're gonna do boop ba boop 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 ba doop. We do need some pieces of this though, right? Like we still want all this. Still want all this. Down here. I'll do it again. Okay. We're not doing these rolls. Fuck that shit. Oh, then we click the button. There's a function start that's associated with the button, right? So function start, and that calls init, and it does the thing. Right, and it does await Firebase Firestore. All right. Who's dinging me? Who dares? Who would dare? Function start. Okay. How very dare you? db equals O. Burp, burp. How very dare you? I want that one too. How very dare you? Asyncy. Okay. Let db. All right. And then perfect. Okay. I got my DB. Oh, I gotta load my shit, dude. I'll load my shit. Scripty defer source equals streamtooth.js. And this will almost certainly puke. I have not tried this yet, but that's okay. That's okay. And then in here, I'm gonna go let st equals new streamtooth, and this takes a db channel and an element. db channel is gonna be channel, and element's gonna be element. And what we're gonna do here is let const channel equals. We're gonna call this channel test. Very original. And the element, let element equal document get element. Element by ID. And it's local underscore video. Yes. Yes. Is that what you are, sir? Okay, all of you. Now you can be collapsed. Thank you. And in fact, what we're also going to do you can be collapsed too. Son of a bitch. This can be commented out. Double commented. I commented you so hard. Yes, very good. Fantastic.
Wow, that's fantastic, baby. Thanks.
No, what am I doing, dude? No, this is not correct at all. And is this? I am. Yeah, too many things. Too many things, sir. Too many things. Okay. Okay. No errors. I find that very hard to believe. What's the progress percent of my dream of a peer-to-peer Twitch? 2? 1.1? A long way off. Startups take a long time, no matter what you do. I've done it 3 times. They all take about 10 years. I did Blip for 7 years. It went on for a bit after I left. MakerBot did a bunch of years before I joined, languishing, like rough years. Joined when they just started to hit the inflection point. And then Carmera was like 10 years. Yep. They were all 0.1 at one point. Exactly right. So I don't get stressed out. I just kind of keep chipping away. In my experience, there's not very many things. I'd say self-driving is one of them, but not very many things actually have big problems. There's just a lot of little problems. It's just a lot. It's not hard. It's just a lot. But hi, good to see you. Hello. Okay, so I've constructed this thing, and I didn't do anything with it. So that's probably why I didn't really throw a fit. So now I should be able to do start input media, and that will do this piece. But I also want to run this code. This is the code I'm most interested in seeing, but that's okay. That may have to wait. So let's start with this start input media. I'm shocked that I didn't get an error. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I need something to plug into that thing. I'm tired of looking at no signal. Maybe when I take a break, I'll go and like dredge up something that can spit out some HDMI. I've plugged into that thing. Okay, so that works. Wow. Wow. What's the best way to do this? Where's this? Okay, here's the start tag. So, if I put two of these, this set up as like a block. This feels like it's set up as a block. Start camera. Start camera. And then here I'm gonna say start connect. Connect. And this one is start camera. Okay, so now I'm not going to have like modes, but I will have. Oh, I see how you do that. So somewhere in the style, you've hard set this A display block, adding inline block. What you think of that? Let's see what that looks like. Works for me. Okay. Start camera. We'll start the camera. Very good. Now we're going to have connect, right? Async function connect. And I know you're not supposed to repeat yourself, but we do this anyway. I actually do like repeating myself until I've done it a few times, and I know what the generalization is going to be like. All right, so I have my Streamtooth, and instead of starting the camera, I'm going to start the input connection. Okay. So now I'm going to have two of these. This guy's going to start the camera running. Now, he has not put the offer up. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Just get it down. Don't stress out so much about doing it right the first time. It's a terrible idea. Do it wrong the first time. All right, but what is not going to work is this guy. I'm going to go over here and hit connect. Let me get my console. I'm going to do this. I'm going to hit connect. Got a bunch of errors. That's interesting. That's good. Snapshot docs is not a function. Okay, finally we got some good errors. That's good. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Snapshot docs is not a function, you son of a bitch. So that is here. Now, feels like that bird is a liar because maybe what I need to do is just put a big debugler here. Debugler. All right, give me this snapshot. What do you got? What you got, Mr. Snapshot? Give me your prototype. What's in here? What you got? Dude, that's not helpful when you just like scroll off. Docs. Docs. Oh, I see. It's a property. It's a getter. Is that what the documentation said? I swear the documentation. Okay, so what is this thing? Firestore. Query snapshot reference. I swear it said it was a function. It is a property. An array of all the documents. Wow. Okay. Fine. Great. Even better. Works for me. Okay. Not you. Not you. You can go away. You and you and you can continue going. And you can reload. And you can do this. And what is this? Starting. Undefined. Great. Okay. Making progress. I feel pretty good about where this is at, actually. So now, we have started the input media. And start input connection. Yeah, so the question is, should start input media go ahead and kick off the creation of the first outbound peer connection? Or should I call another method that says, hey, start the next outbound peer connection? Regarding the peer-to-peer part, how are you going to handle firewalls? That is part of WebRTC's mandate, sort of. This is like part of what it does. So it has part of the reason why it has this whole concept of you need to have a shared communication channel. One is because the peers, it's intended to deal with firewalls. It's intended to be for things behind a NAT. And so when the whole like ICE server thing is for traversing firewalls. So you ping this ICE server, the ICE server you connect to it, and it will, and the WebRTC handles this, it will determine what your IPs are, what your public IPs are, and what kind of firewall you have. Like runs tests to figure it out. And I think it even does some element of trying to punch a hole through your firewall. And I don't know if it actually fakes UDP packets, like sends a UDP packet. I don't think it can do this because of the way WebRTC works. But you can punch a hole in a firewall by sending a fake UDP packet saying, I am this other IP, and I send you this UDP thing. And I forget how this works. It's very true. There's a way to do that. Now I'm forgetting how it works. But in any event, like it's supposed to do all that stuff. Now, one of the things I probably will have to do, it has a known issue that if you're on a corporate network that has a symmetric NAT, which requires that the from address is correct, then it does not work. And there's this whole thing of called a turn server, which is basically a third-party proxy. I'm going to send packets to the server. You're going to connect to that server, and you'll get the packets there. That's not ideal, right? For this whole concept of like we're using peer-to-peer in order to save bandwidth. If a bunch of connections are going through a proxy server, we're not saving anything. So one of the things I want to try to do, I won't at first. At some point, I want to try to solve for this, though. I think at some point, because of the way WebRTC works with offers and answers, there's not a way to do the sort of UDP hole punching. But I do think that if I'm doing my own ICE server and I'm faking stuff, that I could convince two WebRTC clients to hole punch for each other, and it would work. But that's like way down the road. But yes, this is all part of WebRTC, is NAT traversal. And like stun. Yeah, it's not an ICE server, it's a stun server. It stands for something like simple traversal UDP network. I don't remember. And then turn is like traverse through relay. I think the R is relay. Bobby will know. Hey Bobby, what are stun and turn acronyms for?
Oh, sure. Throw it to me while you're rambling. Stun stands for Session Traversal Utilities for NAT. It's used to discover your public address and the type of NAT you're behind. Turn stands for traversal using relays around NAT. Basically, when stun won't cut it, turn jumps in as a middleman to relay traffic. And yet, punching holes in router-level firewalls isn't straightforward, usually involves some port forwarding magic or UPnP if you are lucky enough that it's enabled. Just remember, it's a network admin's nightmare if you mess with corporate setups without permission. And about using Zoom is...
Oh, got cut off. And the text didn't come through, that's weird. Oh well. That's weird. I wonder if you're getting errors. You are. Look at that. Oh, we have like a regular expression issue. Sending text, none. Huh. I wonder if that's related to the change I just made. You're not a token quota? I don't think so. Do I still have it open? No, I don't. I mean, all I changed was this and this. So I don't think that could affect that. So it must be some older bug. All
Yep,
right, well, let's just
that's me. The ever so helpful Bob, here to sprinkle some sarcasm on your questions. Seems like
All right, you calm down. Hey, Bobby, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. What's up?
Okay. Okay, good. Let's get back to this. Anyway. Oh, yeah, there's your... Ba-dip-a-dip. Where was I? I was like... I got totally sidetracked. I need to take a break here in a minute, too. Okay. So, yes, I remember now. So I was thinking about, should start input media send the initial offer? Should it set up the next peer connection? Because once the input is established, I need to set up the output. And then once an output is established, I need to set up the next output. So I feel like I need to go and both. So this one, I won't do it here yet because I haven't finished setting this up. But here, this is set up now. So I can say this start next peer or start next output connection. Okay. And okay. Is channel readable? I mean, that seems gross. I should just have it here as well. Okay, so you need to know what the channel is too. Wait, do you? No, you no longer need it. Right? We're not using it here. Okay. Start next output connection. Yep. So this is also going to be an async, isn't it? Wait it. Actually, I don't even need to wait this. This can happen like separately. Right? This doesn't need. I don't need to wait for you. All right, start. We'll call it async anyway. Start next output connection. Okay, okay, calm down. Oh. Very good. Okay. Interesting. Streamtooth is the current name, yeah. There's a story behind it. It's related to Candy. There was a old guy, very early video person named Zay Frank. I don't know if you've heard of Zay Frank. He was like super early in the video scene. And he came to us and talked to us about this idea he had for candy. And what he described was basically how bits work on Twitch, like in 2006. Yep, that's him. And he's like, yeah, I want people, and it was going to be on just regular old videos, not on live. He was like, I want people to be able to like send me money. And we're like, I'm just going to send you money. Stupid. And it turns out we were stupid. We were very dumb because he was very right. People will send you money. He was living in the future. He's actually a super brilliant guy. Very smart guy. Very, very smart guy. And so, in thinking about this, I wanted to call it Candy again because I wanted to finally implement what he described, but like the 2025 version. And that's why it's called Streamtooth, because it kind of reminds me of Sweet Tooth. There you go. No, it was just going to be candy. So the whole idea was like people send, the candy would have names associated with it. Like you think of like hearts, like Valentine's heart candies. And, you know, you're sending little thank yous and it has your name on it. And those little thank yous appear in the video and the person says their name. And, yeah, it was actually very brilliant, but we never got around to it. We were busy. Okay, so, you know, I've got this set of outbound connections. And I kind of want to change this up a bit because I'm going to have to either, like, if I just shove the next, so there's actually three kinds of connection, right? There's the inbound from getting, there's the established outbound. Like I've already made this connection and things are working, and I generally just don't even really need to worry about it, but I want to hang on to it in case I want to check if it's closed or if I want to close it or whatever. And then there's the pending outbound connection. And that's the one I really need to pay attention to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call out a pending outbound connection. And this is just going to be a single one, not a part of an array. Maybe. I don't want to like go too hard on that, but maybe. I mean, it's the whole Web3 side of it, where the economics come into play, are going to be a pretty big change from that original vision. And I don't want to go like too hard in the paint on it. And then he's like, oh, you took my idea and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And then this is like established outbound. ST connections. And I call these est or outs, plural. Okay. Okay, so now, and what's interesting here, yeah, IP, yeah. So I could just do this like same thing, right? Like I could say all these, well, the only ones I really need to care about. This out equals a new ST connection. And then what I care about is ice complete. I'm going to need ice complete, right? And then I need to send the peer info. But here's the thing. I'm going to get this event in sort of a vacuum, right? I'm going to get this event in a vacuum, and it'll have ice complete. What do I get? I just get the Where did you go, sir? Dispatch event. Nope, it's up here further. I just get the candidates, right? So I actually need more than that. I'll give myself all three. Oops. And I'm definitely going to need that event info here. Any good short resources on how WebRTC does the punching? Well, what you actually want to look at is not WebRTC. You want to look at, take a look at the Wikipedia article on stun protocol. And that will give you a good primer on how it works. Okay, so now do I have send peer info? I don't even define that yet. So this needs send peer info event. And what I need to do here is I need to create the offer and set that to my local description. I'm going to use that later. And I think I'm supposed to do it a different way. But we're going to do it this way. Let's go back into this code. Yeah. Oh, I need to await it, and then that gives me the offer, and then I set my local description with that. Okay. So I'm going to var offer equals await this create offer, and then this out set local description to the offer. And do I need to await that as well? I do. I eagerly await you to set the local description. Okay. And so now I've created the offer. I've set my local description to that offer. ICE candidates are flowing. It's talking to the stun server. ICE candidates are flowing. And then a second passes without any new ICE candidates. And now send peer info gets called. And send peer info has in it, I know, now what's tricky is I could be receiving send peer info. If you sit back and enjoy this a moment for a second, look at your Explorer. Would love to have the simplicity of the current directory be what it looks like if Streamtooth directory takes off. Oh, just like 4 files. Yeah, it's all just one file, yeah. I mean, yeah. What's interesting, there's actually, you know, I know I'm onto something because it's already starting to hit the ether, this concept, to some degree. So yesterday on Hacker News, there was somebody who's like, oh, I created this thing to use WebRTC for streaming, and I get like 120 milliseconds instead of like the 10 to 15 milliseconds or whatever or 10 to 15 seconds that we get on Twitch through RTMP. Oh, now it's gone already. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Show HN OBS live streaming with 120 seconds latency. And you got this thing broadcast box, and it's got this, oh, peer-to-peer if you need it. You could do this. So it's like this is bubbling up now, this idea. Even though WebRTC has been around like a long time. It came out a while ago. People are starting to think about it. But just getting the peer-to-peer piece working and the replay piece working is not enough. There's way more that has to happen, because when you think about it, you get into like, and where it's really going to get interesting is peer selection, because there's WebRTC doesn't have any notion of peer selection. Which peer do I talk to? Like, there needs to be a stun server that's like actually tracking as you're connecting to the stun server and saying like, hey, how do I traverse? You know, there needs to be something that says, well, like, what are you trying to connect to? And here are a bunch of people who have that, and here's the one that's actually closest to you, so you should connect to them. But I also need to realize like how overloaded they are. And so, yeah. Lots to do. It's going to be cool. I like building shit. All right, so what's interesting here is send pure info. I'm going to get this in one of two ways. One is when I have created an offer and I've got my ICE candidates for that offer. And then I need to add this to the thing as a new offer. The other way I'm going to get this is when I have created an answer. So after I listen and I get and I select a peer, then I will create an answer, and then send peer info will happen again. And then I need to send basically the same message with a slight variation. So the type of message is going to be based on whether or not the event Streamtooth connection is either in or out. If it's in, then we're creating an answer. If it's out, then we're creating an offer. Let's document this, because this will, future me will be like, what the flip is going on here? So let's document this. Once we receive a complete list of ICE candidates when creating an offer or answer, we need to send back the reply, or send back the message, because it's not necessarily a reply. We need to vary the message depending on whether this event was triggered by an inbound or outbound connection. Yes, so I have not used this type of identifier before, but Java classes private. Private fields. Where did it talk about this? Here we go. I don't know why this is red, but this is like how you define in sort of more modern JavaScript a private member. Private fields and identifier prefixed with hash. The end. Okay. So yeah, new, but I don't know how new that is to JavaScript, but it's new to me too. So I'm accessing a private field. Well, it's this. Okay. Yeah, it has. I've never been a JavaScript hater. I've always even way back in the day when Douglas Crockford first wrote that JavaScript, the good parts, and he kind of laid out the idea that it has a lot more in common with functional programming than with procedural programming. I was always a fan. Okay. So now I've got my message type, and what I need to do is, I assume, and I'm making an assumption here, so I have to be very careful. You had lunch with Douglas Crockford? That's awesome. That's really cool. I'm going to reload you, and I'm going to put over here. Well, I bet you it'll. I'll put here. Put here a debugler. Debugler. And now under ST. Well, that's an unexpected result. Huh. That's not what I should be getting. That's not what I should be getting in two different ways. Okay. Take this back out. And what I basically want to make sure is that local description is available to me, that I can pull it back out. I'm 90% sure I can, but I just want to make absolutely sure. That's cool. Very good. What is RacketCon? I have not heard of that con. I'm also not super plugged into the whole con world, so don't be like, you don't know what that is? Okay. Start next output connection. Okay. Oh, the Racket language. I've never heard of Racket either. What's Racket? General purpose multi-paradigm programming language. Modern dialect of Lisp. Oh. Okay. Oh, 29 years old. I've never heard of this. Wow. What do you look like? Looks like functional. Looks functional to me. All right. There you go. Look at the lang up top. All right, wait. Can I undo? No. Here's a trivia. Hello world. Mm-hmm. Oh, different dialects. Oh, interesting. Hacker News runs on this thing? Oh, that's wild. That's wild. Racket script is an experimental Racket to JavaScript compiler. Oh, okay, there you go. There you go. It all comes together. It's all coming together.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Nice. All right, where was I? Where was I? So I tried to create this offer. Oh, well, yeah, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. So, how much do I want to... So let's go. All right. We're going to have create offer here. And this is going to, and this is asynchronous. And in here, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to say, wait, am I in the right thing? Yes. This PC create offer, and var offer is equal to await for this. And then I am going to, I mentioned orange site. I don't follow what you just said there. And then I'm going to this set local, this PC, local description, that offer. Oh, the orange site. Okay. And I'm going to return that. And I'm going to await that too. No, I'm not going to return that. I'm just going to await that and return the offer. Because I'm not sure what set local description returns. And then I'm also going to get local description. Return this PC get local description. Okay, so now back here, I can take this out. I don't need this. Just need those things. Okay. I don't even need that. We just need those things. Okay. Reload. the hell you say? This PC create offer. Oh. Why isn't the constructor doing this? Is there a reason for that? Oh. Because I can't async a constructor. Can I await? I don't think I can await though, right? No. I see. I see. I follow me. Whoops. So now here I'm gonna go await this out setup. Little ugly, little gross, but it's okay. It's okay. Okay, iServer REST URL is not defined. Okay, great. Touching all those codes. Adam Savage with Tony Stark. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take that. Do I need to be explicit about this static? I think I do. Which means I also, okay, well, I'm being explicit there already. Very good. Peer connection is not defined. It's because it's an RTC peer connection, sir. Okay, on ICE candidate is not a function. Now we're getting to all the problems. Love it. Now, I swear that's how I did this. In here. Oh no, I did not. I assigned it like that. That's gross. Okay. I assume that I could, rather than do this, I could say add event listener, ICE. But I don't actually, ICE candidate like that. I assume that will work. Add event listener, track. Prep for work. Good luck. Thank you. Have a good day. Have a good work day. You'll have to tell me about the kind of work you do at some point. I'd love to hear about what you're working on, especially if it involves going to conferences that you see Douglas Crockford at. State change. All right, and in this, let's go look at RTC peer connection and just make sure we understand what the events that it actually fires and make sure we get the right names so that we're doing it right. MDN reference RTC peer connection. Events. Yeah, all lower cases. Track. Connection state change. It's a mouthful. And then ICE candidate. Okay. Connection state change. Okay. Okay. So what happened was, this looks good to me. What happened was, that is this. We've created the offer and we've outputted the local description. The local description is this, which is great. Very good. But what did not happen, what should have happened, was this. I should have also gotten this, and I did not. Creating the offer and having the event listener for ICE complete should have caused that to happen. So what I need isn't here. So that event is not firing. Unfortunate. Oh, excuse me. All right, I need to take a break. I will be right back.
It's hard to imagine the modern world without the internal combustion engine. It's used to drive such a vast variety of machines, including, of course, the car. It was the invention of the engine that made the whole idea of the car possible. The principle on which it works is really quite simple. It's really just like a cannon, the explosive fuel forcing out whatever's inside the barrel. This is actually a firework mortar, and it forces out this cylindrical shell, and the explosive fuel is the gunpowder in the bottom. Put it in here. The internal combustion engine is really just the same, except it has a captive piston instead of the shell, and it uses an explosive vapor instead of the gunpowder. Although the idea is very simple, it hasn't been easy to tame the violent energy of all these explosions thousands of times a minute. In this program, I'm going to look at this wild, unlikely contraption and also at its fuel. Almost all internal combustion engines use a fuel based on crude oil. This naturally seeps out of the ground in places and has been known about since ancient times. It had a variety of uses, but not as a fuel. It's mentioned several times in the Bible. Noah was instructed by God to use it for waterproofing his ark. It was only in the 19th century that oil's potential as a fuel was realised and people started drilling and refining it. One of the products of the refining was a volatile gas oil, or petrol. The petrol was at first regarded as a completely useless byproduct. Its vapour was so dangerously inflammable. But it was also realised that it was an enormously potent source of energy. We can show you this with this modified firework mortar. This obviously isn't an experiment to do at home, but if Rex puts a teaspoonful of gunpowder down the mortar, and using the lager can as the projectile, oh dear, well, it's not very powerful. Well, now we're going to compare this with a teaspoonful of petrol and see how far that goes. This time we're igniting it with a spark plug in the side. You can see what an enormous amount of energy there is in the petrol. Although it's hard to believe, this isn't actually an explosion. It's just a very rapid combustion, a very rapid fire. The early internal combustion engines were often called explosion engines, though, and I think it's really a much more appropriate name. The great attraction of the explosion engine is the enormous power it has for its size and weight. This is the smallest engine we could find, complete with fuel tank behind, used for model aeroplanes. Even this has enough power to pull Rex round at quite a speed, though it takes a bit of time to gather momentum. The power of any modern car engine is quite awesome. Even a basic one is rated at about 60 horsepower. That's literally equivalent to the power of 60 horses. The first successful explosion engine was built by an inventor called Etienne Lenoir in 1859. He simply threw away the boiler of a steam engine and modified it so that it would ignite the piped gas supplied for lighting. Unfortunately, the violence of the explosions tended to damage the piston and valves, and it was much less efficient than the original steam engine.
Monsieur, qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Ça suffit, alors. De la nuit, hein.
However, his engine inspired other inventors, including a German wholesale grocery salesman called Nicholas Otto.
Herr Otto.
Otto came up with an engine that was much more efficient. His engines were immediately successful, and he sold over 35,000 to power factories and workshops. One of the first Otto engines to be built in Britain was the 1895 Hornsby Ackroyd. It all still looks very like a steam engine, but it runs on paraffin, another product of refining crude oil. It first has to be heated to make it an inflammable vapour. It's a two-man job to start it, and it never goes round faster than 100 times a minute. What's going on inside is that first the vapour is sucked into the cylinder. Then it's compressed, ignited, and finally the exhaust gases are pushed out. This sequence, suck, squash, bang, blow, is called the four-stroke cycle. Otto's big improvement was squashing the vapour up before igniting it, which gave the engine much more power. Although from the outside a modern car engine looks completely different, and it's obviously got more than one cylinder, inside it's really quite similar. If you can start turning it over. The piston goes in and out, the crankshaft goes round and round, and this is the exhaust valve with the strong spring keeping it closed and the cam pushing it open. The other valve, the inlet valve, is tucked away behind on this engine. The rusty space around the edge is full of water, essential for cooling the heat of the explosions. All these fundamental features have remained unchanged. Otto's engines were much too large and clumsy for a car, but one of his employees, called Gottlieb Daimler, developed a much smaller engine in 1883. This ran much faster and used the volatile petrol as the fuel. It produced nearly as much power as Otto's, but weighed 10 times less. Daimler's high-speed engine finally made the idea of a car practical, and it was quickly realised that cars could do some quite remarkable things. The early engines did still have their drawbacks, though. This is a 1902 Wolsey owned by Jack Howes. Under the bonnet really just contains the enormous cooling system and radiator. The engine's tucked away right underneath. It's not entirely easy to operate. There are 20 operations you have to do before you can start it. Where do you start?
First thing I do is to connect the battery, then I turn on the petrol tap and just give the carburettor a touch to draw the petrol through. My next operation after that is to turn on the 12 oilers for the total loss oiling system. Now the most important job of all, having inserted the starting handle, as you can obviously see on the side of the engine, is to put it on half compression. Otherwise there's a great risk of breaking your wrist. Turn on the switch, adjust the throttle and ignition controls.
It's not just tricky to get it going. There are two levers controlling the fuel and ignition that have to be skillfully adjusted as you drive along. One falls smooth and the thing stalls. Also, the engine's very inefficient by today's standards, only doing about 12 miles to the gallon. And the total loss oiling system leaves a trail of oil along the ground wherever it goes. Engines haven't changed radically since this time, but their design has been continuously refined. Arguably the biggest single improvement has been in the oil and how the engine puts it to use. An engine wouldn't last for long without oil. The oil's fed through holes in the castings to all the bearings. There's actually an enormous amount of oil being pumped round all the time. I can show you this if I knock a hole in the oil filter. This may be a bit messy. The oil doesn't just lubricate, it all gets rather black and filthy like this, because it's also a detergent. It cleans up the deposits left by the exploding gases.
I love that show. So good. Sorry, I had to cut you off from it. Where were we? Right. We are not getting our event. What we're going to try. What we're going to do. What's going to happen right now. Why am I feeling like dizzy? Yeah, like what? What is? Why is my head swimming right now? It feels really weird. No, sir. Don't like it. Okay, so why is this event not firing? Because once I've created the thing, kind of chill. I should start getting ice candidates. This shouldn't matter, but I call setup, right? I should make sure I call setup, right? I'm 90% sure I call setup. Why? Bonk. I mean, I suppose I could have a context issue, but I don't think so. No. It's just not happening. It's just straight up not doing it. And I know this is happening, but let's just do it again. Creating the offer, and that's where we see that. Yep. And the act of creating the offer should start off the candidate discovery. This order doesn't matter, but I wonder if I should make my ST connections know if they're in or out and then have it set up offers and stuff on their own, but I can do that in a minute. But what I don't understand is, okay, I've created an offer in here. Maybe that's the issue. Yes. I see. So I've created an offer. The offer doesn't have anything in it, right? Because oh wait, nope. Yep. That's gonna confuse me over and over and over. Okay, well that's fine. Okay, so the issue is I have not. Let's just fix the issue, and then we'll figure out how to refactor it. Right? That's the play. So yes, what we need is this. We need the tracks, and we add the tracks to the thing. And I wonder. All right, so let's just pass in the stream here. And maybe we're not going to like this later and we'll refactor it the other way. But rather than creating another thing to do, let's just make this part of create offer, because I can't think of another time when I need to add the tracks to the connection. If it's an inbound, then the tracks are already going to be associated with it. If it's an outbound, then we need to add the tracks. And the only time we create an offer is when we're creating an outbound. Right? That's basically it. Oh, but I also need, this was an issue from before. To do, if check if PC already has local description. We should never create offer twice? Question mark? Question mark? Okay, so now here, this needs to go this track. No, this stream. And now that my offer actually has something associated with it, we'll get our ice candidates. Cool. Cool. I love that for me. Reminder. Maybe like a checklist. Just realized something I forgot. That's okay. Figure it out later. How am I gonna I need to take a note. I can just put it here. Okay. Okay, so yeah, right. Okay. Ow. All right, so now I need a message, right? So this peers send yes. Yes. And then what send needs to have is message type. I don't know how I'd do 2. I don't know how I would get... that's going to be tricky later. I mean, I guess we can come back to it later, but the things that need to be in the message are the message type. The from will be right. I need the candidates. So EV I have the peer connection. I have candidates. You know what? I want this to be called ice, and I want this to be a little cleaner. And description is equal to this PC local description. Okay. That's what I want. And what I'm going to send is description and EV ice. And the rest I can derive, I think. Although what's going to be tricky is deriving when I'm sending an answer. Who am I sending it to? That is going to be a tricky piece. Oh, I've got a race condition too now that I think about it. Oh, this is going to be tricky. Peer 1 has a pending offer. It's out there. Peer 2 and Peer 3 come along at the same time. They both see that offer and select it. They both create answers for it. They both send those answers back. What happens? That's going to be yuck. That almost makes me wonder whether or not I want to have dangling offers like that. And maybe I just don't create an offer until somebody asks a peer, hey, can you create me an offer? Got an offer you can't refuse. We'll deal with that later, but that's going to be a significant issue. It's going to be a significant issue. So either we need to have a mechanism for handling what is effectively a collision, and one person who gets the offer and the other person gets a notification of like, try again. Maybe. Try again. But that is a horse of a different color. I'm in the wrong place. Okay. Message equals type. Message type. Description. JSON code. What's it? ICE, and then from is my peer ID. Right? Is that what we agreed? Oh, status. And we shouldn't call it send. It's not send. I don't know that status actually makes sense. I don't know. It's getting close to time to move on to something else. 'Cause I'm getting tired of this. I mean, I feel like we made a lot of progress on this one. So I might need to like add. All right. I'm just gonna take this out. This is stupid. It's not to anyone. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting actually kind of tired. Feeling kind of tired. Assignment to undeclared variable message. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, Rick. Unsupported field value undefined. Yeah, I'm getting grumpy. I'm getting the grump. Fucking yeah, bro? Why? Why? Debugler. Well, that'll do it. Shit. And message. The fuck you? Here's send message type EV. Okay. Fucking debugler. What's an EV? Nice complete. Listen, man. Where's my shit? Yo, where's my shit? Detail none. Oh, fuck, I'm tired. All right. Blink. Blink, blink, blink. 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 Don't do that. Just don't. Debugler. The fuck? What in the hell is going on here, bud? Just go. Just fucking do the thing. Do the thing that I said to do and make it be the thing that I said I want. How about that? It's a thing called Firebase. Looks good to me. Okay. Big chunk of coffee. All right, where are we leaving off? Because I think I'm done for here. So we're going to take these debuglers out. Debugler. Okay, where we are. Offer is being added to the Firestore correctly. We need to figure out how answers will go in. Specifically, how to populate the to field. We need to think about race conditions. Conditions for answering offers. What if two peers try to answer the same one? Firestore atomic ads or atomic updates. Atomic. Batched writes are atomic. Transactions are atomic. Okay. Okay. What is the solution there? Okay. I think that's it. I think that's good. All right. What are we? We're right at the 3-hour mark. So what we're going to do, we're going to check this off for now. I'm going to take another break. I know I've been taking a lot of breaks, but tough shit. I'm going to try to wake up a little bit, move my body around, maybe splash some water on my face, blah, blah, blah. And then we are going to switch over to the Plaid API. And specifically what we're going to try to do is use the Hello World Quick Start and then create a separate thing that just uses the keys from that and start pulling transactions into Python. Yeah, and I don't know how, maybe I'm going to use Firebase for that too, because that's a good way to do notifications. Pretty sure that it's built into that thing, so that might be the route we go. So we might set up another Firebase thing, and then we can start thinking about, like, how do we have an iOS app pick up that, and so then we have the full loop. I do a transaction. Yeah, all right, we'll talk about it more in a minute. So give me a few minutes. Probably going to be gone for a little bit, but you can watch TV, and I'll be back. Thank you.
It's hard to imagine the modern world without the internal combustion engine. It's used to drive such a vast variety of machines, including, of course, the car. It was the invention of the engine that made the whole idea of the car possible. The principle on which it works is really quite simple. It's really just like a cannon, the explosive fuel forcing out whatever's inside the barrel. This is actually a firework mortar, and it forces out this cylindrical shell, and the explosive fuel is the gunpowder in the bottom. Put it in here. The internal combustion engine is really just the same, except it has a captive piston instead of the shell, and it uses an explosive vapor instead of the gunpowder. Although the idea is very simple, it hasn't been easy to tame the violent energy of all these explosions thousands of times a minute. In this program, I'm going to look at this wild, unlikely contraption and also at its fuel. Almost all internal combustion engines use a fuel based on crude oil. This naturally seeps out of the ground in places and has been known about since ancient times. It had a variety of uses, but not as a fuel. It's mentioned several times in the Bible. Noah was instructed by God to use it for waterproofing his ark. It was only in the 19th century that oil's potential as a fuel was realized and people started drilling and refining it. One of the products of the refining was a volatile gas oil, or petrol. The petrol was at first regarded as a completely useless byproduct. Its vapor was so dangerously inflammable. But it was also realized that it was an enormously potent source of energy. We can show you this with this modified firework mortar. This obviously isn't an experiment to do at home, but if Rex puts a teaspoonful of gunpowder down the mortar, and using the lager can as the projectile, oh dear, well, it's not very powerful. Well, now we're going to compare this with a teaspoonful of petrol and see how far that goes. This time we're igniting it with a spark plug in the side. You can see what an enormous amount of energy there is in the petrol. Although it's hard to believe, this isn't actually an explosion. It's just a very rapid combustion, a very rapid fire. The early internal combustion engines were often called explosion engines, though, and I think it's really a much more appropriate name. The great attraction of the explosion engine is the enormous power it has for its size and weight. This is the smallest engine we could find, complete with fuel tank behind, used for model aeroplanes. Even this has enough power to pull Rex round at quite a speed, though it takes a bit of time to gather momentum. The power of any modern car engine is quite awesome. Even a basic one is rated at about 60 horsepower. That's literally equivalent to the power of 60 horses. The first successful explosion engine was built by an inventor called Etienne Lenoir in 1859. He simply threw away the boiler of a steam engine and modified it so that it would ignite the piped gas supplied for lighting. Unfortunately, the violence of the explosions tended to damage the piston and valves, and it was much less efficient than the original steam engine.
Monsieur, qu'est-ce que c'est comme ça? Oh, ça suffit, ok, alors, de la pluie, hein?
However, his engine inspired other inventors, including a German wholesale grocery salesman called Nicholas Otto.
Herr Otto. Enchanté.
Otto came up with an engine that was much more efficient. His engines were immediately successful, and he sold over 35,000 to power factories and workshops. One of the first Otto engines to be built in Britain was the 1895 Hornsby Ackroyd. It all still looks very like a steam engine, but it runs on paraffin, another product of refining crude oil. It first has to be heated to make it an inflammable vapour. It's a two-man job to start it, and it never goes round faster than 100 times a minute. What's going on inside is that first the vapour is sucked into the cylinder. Then it's compressed, ignited, and finally the exhaust gases are pushed out. This sequence, suck, squash, bang, blow, is called the four-stroke cycle. Otto's big improvement was squashing the vapour up before igniting it, which gave the engine much more power. Although from the outside a modern car engine looks completely different, and it's obviously got more than one cylinder, inside it's really quite similar. You can start turning it over. The piston goes in and out, the crankshaft goes round and round, and this is the exhaust valve with the strong spring keeping it closed and the cam pushing it open. The other valve, the inlet valve, is tucked away behind on this engine. The rusty space around the edge is full of water, essential for cooling the heat of the explosions. All these fundamental features have remained unchanged. Otto's engines were much too large and clumsy for a car, but one of his employees, called Gottlieb Daimler, developed a much smaller engine in 1883. This ran much faster and used the volatile petrol as the fuel. It produced nearly as much power as Otto's, but weighed 10 times less. Daimler's high-speed engine finally made the idea of a car practical, and it was quickly realised that cars could do some quite remarkable things. The early engines did still have their drawbacks, though. This is a 1902 Wolsey owned by Jack Howes. Under the bonnet really just contains the enormous cooling system and radiator. The engine's tucked away right underneath. It's not entirely easy to operate. There are 20 operations you have to do before you can start it. Where do you start?
First thing I do is to connect the battery, then I turn on the petrol tap and just give the carburettor a touch to draw the petrol through. My next operation after that is to turn on the 12 oilers for the total loss oiling system. Now the most important job of all, having inserted the starting handle, as you can obviously see, the side of the engine, is to put it on half compression. Otherwise there's a great risk of breaking your wrist. Turn on the switch, adjust the throttle and ignition controls.
It's not just tricky to get it going. There are two levers controlling the fuel and ignition that have to be skillfully adjusted as you drive along.
Oh no, it's the same one. It's supposed to be random.
Also, the engine's very inefficient by today's standards.
Sorry, were you watching that? All right, so there it goes. That was weird. All right. I can have this open. How do I get into this WSL mode? Huh. Oh, very cool. That's pretty cool. No. I mean, yes, but no, I don't want this. Okay. This I can stop. Okay. Right. here we go. Nope. Yep. What are we gonna call this thing? Okay. So here's the quick start, right? We've got this Python. This is the server. Got all this plaid stuff. Okay. Okay, so let's start with import plaid. Wait, where'd the other one go? Okay. Okay. And we can also do it like this. Great. Okay. So what we're going to do, we need a client ID and a secret. Okay. Okay, and we need Plaid client ID equals none. Plaid secret. Okay. Now we're just messing around with sandbox, so it doesn't really matter, but all right, so what are we doing? Thinking. Let us go back to where we were yesterday. Hello, right? Quick start, right? And we went to front end. And here we went npm start. And this gets there. And that doesn't work because the other thing isn't running. Okay, now I have an access token and an item ID. This is actually not what I was expecting. Okay. God bless America, dude. Client. Ugh. This is a link token create user token, set user token. Auth get request. What? I don't love this. This is like not, this is like so convoluted. Where's auth get request coming in? All right. Okay, well, let's see. Okay. Okay. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Oops. Okay. Okay. So transaction sync request. So I need client. I gotta create a client. So I need Plaid API client, Plaid API. So I need Plaid API. And I need this. Okay. Great. That way I just can see at a glance what those things are. Okay, now we're gonna do a thing. We gotta create a configuration. Okay. So far, so good. Okay. Okay.
Well, that.
Okay. That's funny. I wonder if there's another Spark Fun. Like a food thing. Ow. Man, 4:30 a.m. wake-up calls are the worst. It is hard to stay focused right now. But that's okay. Okay, Uber. Oh, personal finance category. Okay. I wonder if SparkFun is in here to be a confidence level low. Oh, it's such a mess. So hard to read. Yeah, confidence level low. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Where's the dollar amount? Should have guessed. And what we're gonna actually look at personal finance category detailed. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh. All right, so now what we're going to do, come back over here and create a project. I'm going to call this Look how happy she is. She loves it. She's a very satisfied customer. Okay, we're gonna need to authenticate. No, this better not be a getting started guide. I don't need a guide. Okay. All right, so I'm going to support Apple. Oh, I don't want to do this all now. Good old Anonymous. And I also need like don't I need like an admin? How does that work? I forget. How is this gonna work? Honestly, how is it gonna work? Honestly. All right, well, let's not worry about yet how we're going to do it in real time. What we're going to do now, we need to add Firestore. Okay. And I just want it authenticated. I wonder if Plaid has like a... Plaid. Okay. So there's no sort of like WebSocket or anything like that. It's just posts and webhooks, which means I either have to have my code out on some like public endpoint, or I got to do some funky stuff. So funky stuff could be like I tie the webhook to a function. I'm pretty sure I can make a... What I want to avoid is I don't ever want to have actual transaction data in the database. I want to pull the transaction data from Plaid by a secure piece of code running somewhere that it doesn't even need a database, or it needs a database, it needs the Firestore, but it's only going to store like the resulting sort of points.
It's only a model.
It's only.
Camelot. It's only a model.
What was I saying? It's going to store just the points. So the webhook would call when there's a new transaction. We'll have to figure out how that works. Okay. Well, let's see what webhooks are there. Note that webhooks for payment initiation, e-wallet transactions only. Okay. Wallet transaction event. All right. All right, well, coming back to here. We're also going to need to know transaction time. Authorized date. Okay, so now we need to Okay. what else? I'm gonna need to know like this account. And I probably want to like abstract it. Account ID. The account ID looks pretty abstract. Okay. Oh no, it's in there. Okay. Okay. Okay, now we gotta push this into here. Set up a Firebase project and a service account. Okay. Firebase admin SDK service to communicate. Service account is created automatically when you create a Firebase project or add Firebase Google Cloud project. Configuration with your account. Okay. Quick BRB. I gotta go bathroom. Bye.
This is a U.S. Army helicopter flight simulator at NASA's Ames Research Center in California. When the scientists here needed a computer that can handle the fast graphics and multitasking required by a simulator, they didn't go out and buy an expensive mini computer system. They bought a Commodore Amiga, in fact 15 of them. Today we take a look at the underrated and too often ignored Amiga on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and Bix, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and Bix serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
So good. Okay. Python. Did this thing not work? Okay, I need my refresh token. Using an OAuth 2 refresh token. Let me just open. Okay. No. Great. Great. God bless it. It's doing this thing again. Here. Aha. And now Linux appears. Stupid. Okay. Oh, hey. Alright. Okay. Now I have a key. I don't know what zone identifier is. I don't know where that came from. I don't like that. Okay. Fine. I got two different secret files. That's dumb. That's V dumb. Don't care. Firebase admin key.json. Yeah, you good, bud? You good? You like super good? Great. Took you long enough. All right. Great. Super good. Oh boy. Coffee's empty. Yikes. Yikes, buddy. All right. All right, so now I want to add something to Firestore. And then from there, we're going to stop for the day. Get started. So good. Oh my god, it's amazing. Oh, I can't even believe it. All right, from Firebase admin, import Firestore. DB equals Firestore client. Call it. DB A. DB. Stop it. Collection. I don't know. Account. Add. You know, I don't like you. You know what I don't like about you? I don't like you. Alright? I don't like you. How do I do dates? So, oh my god, so amazing. Oh yeah, very good. That's so smart. I love that. What is this? Go away. Firestore date time Python. Okay, and what do I have this as? A date? Date, okay, I need to convert a date to date time. Python convert date to date time. Date time from date. Date time from date. Date. And this is going to be here. From daytime, import daytime. Go. You're a goddamn liar. There's a built-in method for converting day to daytime in Python. Daytime. I hate all of these. I hate all of these. Great. Sir? There we go. Okay. All right. So. What's today? Thursday? Yeah, good. Oh, wait a minute. Don't I have a thing? Oh, yeah, I have a thing at 4. A thing at 4. That's a ways away. Okay, so I've been on for about 4.5 hours. I feel like I'm at an okay stopping point. What we're going to need to do next time, I'm supposed to talk to a guy from Plaid tomorrow. I'm having a phone call with him tomorrow. And I will ask him about what's the best way to do this with like a webhook if I'm not ready to set up infrastructure. And then ultimately what we want to be able to do is to have like an app, an iOS app that's picking up notifications. So that'll be where we go with this. So I think what we're going to do, I don't know if we're going to do WebRTC stuff again tomorrow. We might. So we're going to check this off for now. We'll come back to it. But I think we might start with this because I get to the end of the day and then I run out of steam, and then I feel like the work here is suffering. So I might want to like flip-flop and start with this tomorrow. But other than that, I thought it was pretty productive. Oh yeah, I gotta fix Speedify. Do that after the stream. And I think that's it. I think that's all I have to say to you now. I will see you later. Okay. What's the thing I can leave with? Nothing. I'll just say goodbye.